guys, welcome back. Today, we have a very special and dramatic part 5 of the Archon. No. Is it part 5? Yes, part 5 of the Fontaine Archon quest. We're gonna do it. I think I'm gonna have to do it in 2 parts. I've heard it's long. I've seen people saying it's taking about 4 hours. And sadly, I cannot stream for 4 hours straight. On top of the time I already did, I will literally die. But who knows? Maybe if it's that good, maybe I'll just, you know, get desperate and have to. That being said, let's go. So here we are, back in prison. You know, I thought I was living a clean life after my last stint in jail, but here we are. Wait, I had to go back to prison?
Now for a little rest after breakfast.
Rude, after I acted as her
This is the life.
security guard? I don't
What
think
is
that's
that?
very fair.
Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Freedom!
Today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on! We've got to go complete the release procedures now!
They made me walk all the way back here. Please tell me they'll teleport me there. Of course they won't. Alright, let's go. Hello, I'm here to buy my freedom, please. How many tickets is it to buy your freedom?
Sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular
Woo!
channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh!
What's happening?
An earthquake. That's okay.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
It's so funny
good
how
to
she
see
still
you, Joe.
addresses him like that.
Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Oh, lag. Hi.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Oh, that's
Over
also...
the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
That's really not good, actually.
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
He's so cool.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point.
Oof, my neck.
Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Uh-oh.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
Pipe cleaning.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
I'm really not the biggest fan of her. She kind of
That's right.
frightens me.
Today is our last day in prison.
I don't know.
But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were
10-18,
confined
yeah.
here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Sigween, she really like Sigeween? I don't know what you call her, but she kind of scares me. I don't know.
Yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and
I will
visit.
not be visiting,
Miss
ma'am.
you.
You can miss me from the distance.
If
It'll
you've
make our love
signed the
stronger or
release
something.
papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I think she is a convicted felon.
I knew you'd ask.
What kind of crimes did she
All
do
right,
to end up
sure.
in here?
Let's go.
War crimes, I bet.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After
Barely.
being down
Not
here
my
for so
Paimon.
long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No. No, that's all right. Yeah, I'm good. You stay your ass down here, little girl.
Don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
No, we won't.
Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good
Darcy,
grub.
I'm probably gonna split into 2
I
parts.
hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
No
We'll
promises.
do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey.
I know, Nublet would be
since
mad at
none
me
of
because
us
she's a
have allowed us to
Melazine, but I
come
just
here,
can't.
We
help it.
Probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
Paimon.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Pass them on yourself. Well, I'm scared
I'm
of
sure
her.
just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Why does Paimon sound like that?
Halt!
Oot.
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
She sounds like that one professor from Harry Potter. What's her name? McGonagall?
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Like not like the accent necessarily, but just like the way she's talking. No, not Dumbledore. Snape. No, it's him. Ooh. Yeah, McGonagall.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
I love him so much.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Can you guys believe I still haven't done his story quest? I'm so fake for that.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Arc. Dino game.
A massive whale.
Yeah? What's up?
Do you have any idea what that might be?
I'm sorry.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tibet. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed
Thank
in
you,
primordial
Aspen.
seawater.
I was being very finicky today. That's why it's in braids.
What the hell? Is he okay?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing. Oh. I haven't done Yoimiya's either. Terrible. And I love Yoimiya. It's like the characters. I haven't done Sinos or Diaz. I love them. Those are like some of my favorite characters in this game, and I've not touched but I've done Yai's story quest. I've done Ridsley's. I've done X, Y, and Z, everyone's, but I have not done my favorite characters. That makes no sense. No sense.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Weird. Oh yeah, who like farted?
Oh, right. Paimon felt it too. We
Oh
asked
wait.
Duke, and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
I know what the tremor. What? Fuck. David's mom just walked onto Fontaine. That's why. I forgot. I'm so sorry.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Right. Anyways.
The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Poisson?
The water
Where is that?
levels rose?
That means fish, right?
No. What about all the people there?
Oh my god, that's how I feel in real life. Get it? Because it's global warming.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I wonder what they named it in France. Like for the French translation. Or did they just not like
I would also
care?
like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Wow, what an effective
I'll have to
government.
ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
See you soon, beautiful. I didn't know that.
Oh no. What happened here?
I'm sorry, did it look different? If you told me that place always looked like that, I'd believe you. Am I the only one not seeing this? Just for a couple extra fish, this place looked exactly how it did last time I was here. Oh wait, okay, those are a little raggedy.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Solid.
That means we need to check
Sorry.
on her. We
Navia!
haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
Wait, I have to put Koya back on my mic.
What will I ever do now?
Why is he
Someone on the roof over there.
on the roof? This isn't funny, by the way.
Stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh, here he comes.
All right. Just hurry.
Disaster victim M. There we go.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Was that the little girl we met last time?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg!
My leg! My leg!
How could this have happened? It hurts!
I'm sorry. I'll stop now. I
Just
really am
hang
sorry.
in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
My leg. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia. Are you okay?
Hey, girl. Oh, she's so pretty.
You're here.
Oh, we just teleported
We
up
heard
there.
there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When
Broken
the water
bones, like,
level rose,
freak me
he
out to my
desperately
core.
climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge.
I have the sillies right now. I'm sorry. This is like so not silly, but I have the sillies like hardcore. Like
I'm sorry. Where were we?
I'm sorry.
The situation in Poisson?
I can't help it. Like I'm laughing. It's
Right.
not funny at all.
Allow me to explain.
Let me have my coffee. Let's have some coffee to calm down.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded.
Did her
in the
volume just get
waterways.
quiet?
But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little
Oh.
odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
That's
As the water levels
insane.
rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
That's insane.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me.
I love how Navi is like she's our best friend here. Like, I love
how
her.
Grateful I am.
Me and Navi are best friends for real.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
No. Oh my god, if her little gang, if her little boy band got broken up, I'll be actually so sad.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Oh, that's just not right. That's so sad.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
I'd rather not. That's insane. Poor Navia. I'm so sad. I liked her little boy band. They were so wholesome. I'm just gonna fly down. You know, I think my sillies have disappeared for a moment. That's really sad. That's so sad. Poor Navia. Poor girl. Not scared. In case you guys are curious. Not scared.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Oh my god.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
This poor girl can't catch a break. Every single person meaningful to her is just gone.
What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Oh,
Everything
that's
looks so
so
clean
sad.
after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself
Well, not
a
you
plot
two.
in
I'm
advance
sorry.
on-
I don't even. Fuck.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
How much older? I mean, I guess they're probably her father's age. Oh, right, because they
That
were all
way,
friends
it'll
when they were
save us
younger,
both
right?
The trip to see each other whenever you visit your
Or not younger,
father's
but like.
grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Oh.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
That's actually really upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. Like final like rights
I'm
like
sorry
that.
for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I think I'm gonna pull for Navia because she's so like. I love her. Like like, her literally apologizing after she's crying. That's all she's doing, shedding tears because the two closest people to her alive died, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm a mess." It's all right. Take your time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that's so like she's so like that's so like girl core to like even be apologizing for your actions even when you're mourning. Like, it's
I
just
had always thought I
I
could
love
make
her.
my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Oh, I don't know.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
Oh,
It's okay.
someone's trying to be positive.
I know what you're thinking. And you're right. we lost Malus and Silver. But we were able
I guess
to
you gotta look at the
save more than
positives
we
somewhere.
anticipated.
Shit, that's really awful,
The
huh?
overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Ooh, I don't. Okay.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since
Hello?
we last met.
Guys, how does my hair look? Quick. Is it okay? Are the braids okay? Are we sure about the braids? Like, is this okay? Stop. Is this all right? Like, hold on. How about this? Maybe like this much bang in the front, right? That's good. Before I continue, guys, you have to tell me my hair looks good. Like, this is serious for me. I only have coffee. Is that okay? I forgot to fill up a water bottle before the stream, but I have 2 coffees. And I might go get a third and some snacks as well. I don't know. I might do the whole thing in one night. I might just chomp away on some snacks. Oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. We'll do that. We'll do this much. We'll do that. Okay. A baby bang. My hair looks good? No, because now it's uneven. Now it's uneven. Okay. Just I'm sorry. Okay. No, I need a little more. Hold on. A little more bang. Okay, now. Right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We're okay. Okay, guys. It's okay. Hey. Oh, hey, girl. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Oh, hey. Hey, Arlecchino, what are you doing here? That's so... You come here often? Hey. Hi. Oh my god.
What are you doing here?
Oh. I might not pull anymore for Navia because I... Sorry. All right. Okay.
Is everything going well on your side?
Oh, are they like allies right now?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated.
I forgot she is like a Fontaine girl through and through. Is she even really evil in this moment? I think she's just trying to save people because she doesn't trust not Arlecchino. She doesn't trust Farina too.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
Her ponytail. Oh, hear me out. At first I was mad that she didn't have short hair, but I don't know. Now I'm not so mad at it. Like, the ponytail's kind of cool. Like, at first I was like, because I thought she had like a short, like a fuck ass bob, you know what I mean? But this is okay too. She's really cool. I love her. Damn, you guys, I wish I had enough fragile resin by the time she came out, because she's really someone. I love her so much.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually,
What about me? Like, you know me.
I would
like,
call
close.
this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
I'm jealous too, damn.
Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui. which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Not fast enough.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive development.
I'm sorry.
We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
She's talking about Paimon or Navia?
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Sorry, I need chapstick.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
I mean, they are, in fact. She's number 3, correct?
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Real.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
That's side-eye. I would fold. Personally, Lumine is stronger than I ever would be. If she just even glanced at me for more than 15.5 seconds, my ass would be on the floor. Folded like a t-shirt, brother. Sorry. Have to reapply. My lips are chapped. I'm just... I just have to make sure I look presentable since we're in polite company. You know what I mean.
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Oh, she's number 4? Oh, okay.
Could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
I really do. I like trust her. I don't know. I mean, you guys know how I am. Like, I'm not on the Fatui side necessarily, because like Tori, like I would throw him in a human-sized blender, like if I had the chance, and like without a second of hesitation. But like Child, you know, is like on the fence, and like, you know, are like, you know, for sure, like I like kind of trust them because I trust the Saritsa. I do think she has good intentions, and I think she has a reason to be mad at all the other nations and all the other Archons and Celestia and blah 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 blah. You know? I think she just has like the by any means necessary mindset, which is like, that's where it gets I guess like morally ambiguous. But I don't know. I think I'm like a little bit like on the, not on the Fatui side, but like I don't know. I'm more lenient towards them, I guess.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
She's so sweet. Poor Navia.
As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Is this scene always in sunset? How beautiful if it is.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
That's really sad.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
Have they said exactly what about the water why it makes the Fontaine people dissolve? The Fontainians, I guess you would say? Like, do we know why? Or is it just like, that's it? Like, that's just like a law of this nation that we have to kind of accept? Is there a reason why? Or do we at least find out later on? I'm just curious. Like, maybe they're composed of it, so it makes them, you know, I don't know.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
All right. Jordan! McDonald's Sprite is crazy. A Taco Bell Baja Blast.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
I will admit though, I do like our like, you know, a little bit less knowing that she's French, but I guess that's all right. We all can't be perfect. We all need our flaws.
One more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
I would love to have a private chat.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
I recall.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Jolly collaboration! Oh, cooperation. Whatever, same thing.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you.
Okay.
During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent.
But child's in there.
Any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
Well, it looked like it was empty to me, but I guess we'll go get it.
We were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Wait, I want to see Linny. That's not fair.
Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
I do love Linny.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you
love us.
as such, even though you are not from the house.
Like, I literally love them,
sure
so this is
you
fine.
Understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Girl.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Maybe you should, like...
But are you sure you're
take a nap, like, recover a bit, like...
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
I have to say, she's a better person than I am, because if I lost my two friends like that, I would just be... Oh my god, I would be like an ostrich, just shove my head into the ground and just leave me there. Like, I don't even know what I would do. So the fact that she's like, alright, let's go. Like, damn, girl, you're crazy. Also, I do agree with what you say. Like, she's just like, are you sure it's okay? Not like, is she okay with this? But she wants to make sure they're okay with it. Like, Lumine is very... Well, I think by now Lumine's, hopefully learned that you can't... There's no, like, right or wrong side, necessarily. And, like, while she should be wary of the Fatui, like, each specific member it differs with. Because, like, clearly she loves Child. Oh, best friends forever. But, like, Linny, she found out he was from the Fatui, and she was like, whoa, get away from me, freak. Which was crazy. And that pissed me off big time. I was so... You guys remember how mad I was in 4.0, and she was just like... She was like, Linny, you're a Fatui. And she spat on his feet. I was like, girl, I'll knock you out. What do you mean? Like, you're holding child's vision in your back pocket, girl. You got his vision in your clutch. And you're talking about... James. James, you can't say things like that when I'm in the middle of a tirade. That's crazy. That's crazy. How are you? Hope you're well.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Together.
All right.
Best
The
friends.
ruins are
Go
to
group.
the south of Poisson.
Girls'
Here's
night
the
out.
map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Are the Kino's coming? Ah, shit. I forgot Paimon considers herself a person. Oh.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Almost old as David's mom. That's
They
crazy.
seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Why did that scare me? Oh my god. I actually got jumped. That actually scared me so bad. I was just about to say out loud too. How do I get down? I wasn't paying attention. Do I have to go into that little hole or over here? Oh, over here. Duh. It scared me. I can't be frightened by things anymore. Oh, God forbid.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Let's go swimming.
Yeah.
Let's go golfing.
And a lot of it, too.
I'm sorry.
Fontaine would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Well, scuba gear on, girl. Let's go.
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Hiccup.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just
Well, no one was saying that either, Paimon.
You're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
What?
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Well, girl, where else
I'll
you
go
gonna
together
go?
with you.
Huh?
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Well, I thought we were gonna go swimming, so... If I touch the water, do I die?
It's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Ma'am. All right. Exploring. Let's go golfing. That was embarrassing. Oh shit, sorry. I keep thinking E is... I'm playing too much Arc. I keep pressing E on everything. Pretty. Whoa. There's a wide angle. Woo! Oh, over. Sorry, I keep getting scared. No way! You guys are lying. You're lying. And they're making this... That's a lie. It's a fib. Child's here. Hey, child.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh.
There's
right.
no way.
I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet.
Hello?
Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
She's not actually dead. You guys are lying.
Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
She's lying. Liar.
How have you been?
Because you're talking about it too much, Darcy, so I know you're
Been
lying.
Great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Actually, and I know you're actually, no. No, this is how I know you guys are lying. Because Jordan said he liked the Archon quest, and if Navia was actually dead, he would have hated it. He would, and I know that for a fact, because Jordan does not, because Jordan's a ride or die for his characters. So actually, I don't believe you guys. I think you're fibbing. I don't think she's actually dead. And if she's actually dead, then she's actually dead, and that's my fault. But I don't believe it for a second. Yeah, actually, no, I don't believe it at all. Okay, I'll continue. Also, Lulu25. Hello and welcome. How are you? And also, Vesemir, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I hope you're still here.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
I'm not buying it.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
She loves her flowers.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Oh my phone died.
In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Charger.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Why are all these dead people in my dream?
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
I see dead people.
Is something wrong?
You should be 6 feet under right now.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Yes?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
What are they deciding if she gets to live or die?
All right then.
What the hell is going on in here? Y'all, Fontaine is too trippy and too weird.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree.
No way, it's the list that Paimon conveniently
Julian.
listed out loud of everyone who died.
Listen,
What?
why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection
yeah,
of
because
this
thank you so much
case?
for the follow. Welcome.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Why? I'm tripping out. What's I'm about to start freaking out. What's going on?
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Hello?
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Right, so why are we talking to her with that tone of voice?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Okay.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be
Oh my
together
god,
with
I'd be
us
so mad.
forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
I'm confused. I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
Wonderful, Miss Navia!
Is this heaven? They sound evil. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Right. What?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
I'm really confused.
As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is
Ew.
flawed, then why
That
should
was
we
creepy.
acknowledge it?
As you said, we
She had crazy eyes. She was like,
have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
what is
And
happening?
that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head. It hurts.
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Huh?
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh, well, thank God somebody with a brain in their head showed up because I was confused.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on
He's
now,
gonna keep
Demoiselle.
her?
This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Oh.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh, that's really sad.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Oh, at least, you know what? At least she got to say goodbye. There's some kind of, it's like a very bittersweet thing, you know what I mean? At least she got that.
No, wait! Just a second!
Oh, hey girl. Good morning.
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus
Yeah, but
and
let's
Silver
hear.
were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
I knew I didn't believe you guys for a
Looks like you're
second.
all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a
Liars.
nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Oops.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Yeah, Jordan, I know you too well. That's the thing.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
That's really cute. They saved her because they love her. Oh. Well, see, that's the thing, because Jordan is like Jordan is like kind of like loyal in his ways. So when he really likes someone, he really likes them. They can do no wrong, XYZ. So, you know, if Navia actually died, Jordan, even if it was the most beautiful, most well-written story on the earth, like I'm talking like better than Greek tragedies, he still would have hated it if Navia actually died. So that was how I could figure it out. Also, I'm doing the Archon quest part 5. Exactly, you throw a fit, and so I knew that. I realized. Also, you guys were saying she died too quick. Like the second she fell, you guys were going, "Oh, rest in peace," and I was like,
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
They love her.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Oh, really? David was, though.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Yeah, no, that's
Perhaps
really
there's
sad.
Something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Because you just went to the afterlife? I'd be scared too.
Paimon knows you're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I don't think that's it, Paimon, but thank you.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Well, now we have something to talk about.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that.
Why would you mention that?
Hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
Do you like how his tone hardened? Like when he's talking about Sigewinne, he's like, "Oh, I hope she's well. Oh, I hope she's doing well. I hope she's not too much. I hope she. Oh," and then she's like, they're like, "Oh yeah, Ritzy said hello too." He's like, "Yeah, hope everything's okay down there." Like he immediately switched tones. That is so. I don't know why that's so funny to me.
Still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet,
He loves the
you're
melazines.
probably quite the swimmer, huh?
This idiot. Oh my god, Paimon, please.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate.
He's
They
so
had even
silly. He's so
transported a
silly, Billy.
large
I love
quantity of
him.
supplies to the
He's
area.
like an alien. Like,
Much to
he's
my
just so
astonishment,
cute.
I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
He's like the Genshin version of a man who doesn't have social media, like at all.
But we thought you might still be
That's a
busy
good thing.
with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Navi will be fine.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
It's not as big as David's mom, of course.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Oh my god.
Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Paimon's clearly never seen Indiana Jones. It doesn't seem like a good idea.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
And the surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
I have to say...
Say what?
Yeah, no, I feel like Farina's probably really good for Hu Tao mains, right? Or for Hu Tao, like, she's gotta be. There's no way. Also, does that new set work for Hu Tao or not really? Because she doesn't really drain HP that fast. Unless you... It does with Farina? Okay, so if you use her with Farina, then you put her on that set. Oh, okay. So it is good then. Kind of. I don't know. I don't have Hu Tao. Not my problem. But yeah, she's probably good with Hu Tao.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would
Well,
fit the
I
circumstances
like Fontaine's.
dictated by
I
the
would say
prophecy,
no.
Yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia?
Is that Lady Farina in the third image?
And who's this?
Did the
Who's this
Hydro
right here?
Archon fall into the
You're in a
water?
different outfit than everyone else.
Is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Now, Nouvelette doesn't count, right? Because he's not a person. And he touches the water, so he's fine. So, I mean, honestly then... Sorry, Fontaine. My man's okay. The rest of y'all had to figure it out for yourself. Not my problem. I'm kidding. I'm here to help, because Arlecchino will be dissolved. Can't leave her behind. Oh.
More information
Replaceable.
should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Well, let's go find it. It can't be that easy to
yourself,
pick up a
Monsieur
whole
Nouvelette.
thing of stone and take it
Deciphering
out.
ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy
My
sure to
hurts.
come true.
Uh-oh.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Well, who wrote this?
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh. That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Hi, Beetle. Thanks for stopping by.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
The old Hydro Archon, maybe? Question mark?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
No, I think who created it has something to do with it. Can
Let's
people get
split
there?
up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Woo.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Love you.
Traveler,
Bye, love you.
I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Okay, King.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright.
So much drama. I wish people would be more direct.
You're probably the best person to talk
That's the one thing. I don't like
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
I don't
All right. I'll be on my way then.
My thing is, I don't enjoy, misunderstandings or miscommunication. All that drives me nuts. Unless you literally, and is this gonna play a cutscene? Oh, it is.
We're finally back.
Unless the stipulation is oh, if you tell me the truth, the entire world will blow up. Just whatever it is, we can figure it out together. I would much rather know. I don't, you know what I mean? Why won't Farina just be honest? It pisses me off. I hate that. I will never, miscommunication, misconceptions. Just be direct. Oh, God, just be direct. It drives me crazy. I hate misunderstandings due to just people not being direct or honest or blah 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 blah. It literally, that is my biggest pet peeve. That's why I don't. No ma'am.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too.
I don't really feel comfortable being underwater considering the water is flooding recently, but okay.
Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are
That cake looks so not a single texture on it. It's just so funny to me. It looks looks like it looks like the cake in Roblox from Banana Eats. You know what I mean?
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona!
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Hey, girl. We can play Banana Eats soon. I love that game. Ow. Ow. I just hit my elbow. Ah. My elbow. Lady Magistus. Did the stars not tell you that we would meet here? Is funny.
Nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
I would.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you?
No, but she works for the, what's it called?
Well,
The Steambird?
I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
It's because your accent's weird, but okay.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Wow.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Mona, great. Great, Mona.
Wow!
Look at that.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Why does Paimon know what genealogy is?
In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this
Good night,
as well,
Jordan.
if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also
Well, Magistus
mean
is in
great
it.
or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
That's kind of iconic of her, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just to be like, no, I'm actually not one time better, not two times better than you, three times better than you. It's crazy.
Which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway,
Triple
you're
string.
not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Like,
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that
why
looks
doesn't she just,
strange
like,
all
look
the
it up and be
same.
like, what's going on?
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
Yeah, like, I'm actually dying to hear her
Way to
opinion,
make
because
things
I know
more
she
certain
has,
and
like,
less scary.
otherworldly tea, you know?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
What? Wait, what?
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Well, surely you know
And on the
something.
flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
So we do need to figure out who came up with it.
Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
They're the person that wrote it down on the stone thing.
The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? All right.
No way! Do we get to meet her?
It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
That's so exciting.
I'll tell you when
Please.
I hear back from her.
Aw. Man.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
I want to know now.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Yes, sir.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it.
I didn't like that attitude of hers.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
She brought those arms down so fast.
You're here! Finally!
Is something
Finally!
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Wait, this is exciting. The girls are fighting!
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
Dead girl. D-E-A-D dead.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
The girls are
Yesterday,
fighting.
I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about
She's
those?
got the 4th one in her back pocket.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Liar.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
He doesn't believe her!
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Uh-oh.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Is she having a psychotic break?
You.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Wow. That's a little crazy.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
She has a
She
secret.
was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh!
Just
you
enough.
Noticed. Seems Farina
Toodles.
didn't
No,
even realize
Toodles
we
is
were
crazy.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again.
Is he gonna put
A
her
state
on
of
trial?
affairs that we cannot allow to
That-
continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding.
That
so
would be
why
really
did she
funny,
keep
I'm not gonna
refusing to
lie.
engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Wait.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's
No
really
way.
good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with
Farina's
various
going
parties.
to jail.
and then do
Farina's
what we
going to
can.
jail.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel
Open
to
my
her,
mouth?
but all Fontaine is in crisis.
Ah.
The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Arlecchino would love to put this bitch on the fucking stand. Oh, sorry, let me not. On a boat? I'm like shaking. Like, I have the jitteries.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
What's going on?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That
Yeah, babe.
naturally makes it the best choice.
Oh, sorry.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Bisley!
That's what families should do. Sit
Oh.
and enjoy a leisurely
Winnie.
time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care
I
for a
love
cup?
Lenny and Lynette.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
He's so cute!
Me? No.
He's just a
I
baby.
don't think I can.
Just a baby.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
The gang's
Wonderful,
all here!
the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That
Hey,
was
girl.
a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh.
All right.
You might be
Everyone's a
right.
critic, huh?
Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Imagine arresting
As for
God.
what that is, well,
That's crazy.
let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Traps?
Oh, how intriguing.
Oh, he has crazy eyes.
Well, it's
I
just
love
an
him. I forgot how
expression,
crazy he
really.
gets.
One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot.
Those
So,
are so
let's
chapped.
invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Oh, they actually start clapping.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Ow.
Do
My
go
back
on.
hurts. Ugh. That's a problem playing too much Genshin. After a while, my back starts to hurt. Good night, guys.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
No.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
He's so brave for speaking publicly like
afraid
that.
not.
I'm so proud of him.
You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee
Hey!
Hunters.
I hate
Though
that
was their
artifact
name,
set.
They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work.
What?
They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
They're gonna kill
So,
her? No, I'm kidding.
If we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Primordial seawater.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the
How old
multitasker
is
if I do
Linny
say
and all
so
them meant to
myself.
be? I know Linny's the
I'm
oldest,
afraid
but
I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
oh right, they are twins.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some
Yeah,
sort of
Fremin's
mechanical
for sure like the
animal.
baby.
Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Oh my
I
god, they're
did.
girlfriends.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do
Hair's
not
being
have any
crazy.
related experience.
Sorry.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, That also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Hello, Trent. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How are you?
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of
I tapped
capturing
out.
and
Hello,
dealing
help.
with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
They not know? Metaphor, blah blah. Nina is simply the secrets she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking to the waters, as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither a hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. I'm going all night, girl.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it?
I'll mute or
So much has been
wait. Can you guys? If I chew like this on, like if I'm really chewing, like, huh?
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Okay, thank you.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone
Are you
else
work
just
for you?
looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, Paimon, and other times I'm like, oh, Paimon, you know?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
What?
Then what's that?
It's a pickpocket. She's back. No, I'm kidding.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who the fuck is that?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
There's no one here. Why does she talk like that? Gets me so mad. Oh, it is a pickpocket.
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
What?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
The voice in the sky? That sounds like Farina just talking like more maturely, so it's just Farina's split personality.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
I'm confused.
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. So it's Trismegistus's friend?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Oh, she's British. Where's Almax? The future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
I don't know.
Ah, so you've caught on.
I don't think I have.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
That's fair.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
So like all the I guess Teyvat gods, they're not all knowing and they are not all seeing, I guess. Or all powerful either. They're not all knowing and they're not all powerful because they can't change certain things. And then they also don't know everything. So they're not much of a god. If they're not one or the other, I feel like, you know what I mean?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
She could not commit to an accent, dog. What? I'm sorry. I know there's like important dialogue happening, but like I'm like, what? I'm like, where are you from, girl? Can't figure it out.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Well, I'm glad someone got good tea because you just said some nonsense and just left.
The voice. It's gone.
What's that? I guess she's trying to say Farina doesn't see everything? Or whoever with the prophecy doesn't see anything? I'll huff and I'll puff. This is annoying.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Okay,
Not
she's here
all
for work. She's a
Fontanians
working
are
girl.
pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
But no one listened to Lenny when he said that.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full
Professional
support of her
busybody,
view.
my girl.
Prophecies
Love her.
are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Hey, snacks.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear
Oh my
something
god.
sensible for
It was a
once.
prophecy. Actually, I know a lot of people that lost their
About
Farinas
what
to
we had
Monas.
discussed before.
Like at least 3.
I
Oh,
did
4.
try,
Dakota
but I'm
too.
afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, her friend came over and said hi to us instead.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Yeah, she said hi and told us nothing useful.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
That's what I said.
Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I was saying gods are supposed to be either all-powerful or all-knowing. But I was saying that the gods in Teyvat are neither. They don't know anything. Not anything, but like, they're always missing out on something. They don't see everything that happens, and they also aren't like so powerful that they can prevent stuff. But isn't that because they became gods, and it's not like they were like born gods, and like isn't also like half their power like borrowed from Celestia? Congrats on your Farina. Do you know what I mean though?
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Cool.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
These are really convenient. Shout out to whoever on TikTok did that first, because you're a
Their
genius.
abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
It's only an entire nation going underwater, nothing crazy.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Why? Tell me now.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Well, I feel like there's no right way to use them. One of my friends just said there's no right way to use them. You just, as long as you can pick the food up. But I kind of do this, and then oh fuck, yeah, real good grip, right, girl? Like that. Like I don't know if that's right or wrong, but it works for me. There is a right way to do it. How? Is it like this? Like this maybe? Beep, beep, beep. But I also hold a pen wrong. Like when okay, so here. Oh my god, chopsticks, pen. I got fucking everything on here. So when I'm writing, you're supposed to write like this. But I write like this, like on my point, like, so I kind of like grip the pen like this. Which my brother actually, I didn't know that was wrong until my brother told me. He was like, why the flip in heck do you hold a pen like that? And I was like, what are you talking about? I didn't know that was wrong. Anyways, moving on.
Huh. You do have a point.
That's what I'm saying. No one cares. Just as long as you can pick up the food. I'm right-handed.
There we go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. Oh, I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
I don't know.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
I love Mona. She's so cool. I miss seeing Mona have her.
I'm kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
You did? Did you get it at least?
Written in this newspaper. What's going on?
We're going to jail.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Oh, this bitch. What did she write? I hope she's with Wanderer next.
Did an Outlander friend become the focus
That'll be my
of this
dream.
report?
Or Stapahoma. Hu Tao.
With their white fairy, legends trailing
White
in their
fairy!
wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Huh?
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead.
Smart.
Ugh, seriously? Well,
She's silly.
fine.
I love her.
Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Me too, girl. I'm always hungry. That's who? Who?
It's the
What?
limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake.
Exclusive from Banana Eats.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Oh, right. They only make like 10 a day or something. Forgot about that. Did the thing just glitch out?
1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait. You're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
The British one?
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Where you been? How you been?
Roulette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Why is Papa taking
That's
offense?
right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
He called Paimon big and greedy.
Usually every day.
That's crazy.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I love people like that. My coworkers like
Then
that.
what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Why is she saying that?
Why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
What? Hello? Why is she doing
Like
this?
in the prophecy.
Is she trying to cause fear?
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
That is the wisest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm not even kidding. Even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't stop me from having some today. Wow. I'm not even kidding. I'm having like an epiphany. No, like this is the wise, like she just dropped the fucking most. No, like for like actual. Yeah, you know what? How do I take a screenshot? Yeah, don't mind if I do, because this is just some straight up the smartest advice I've ever heard in my entire life, and it's from a melazine. A melazine. Anyways. Oh, did you enjoy it? You can say that much.
No,
that
no,
won't be a spoiler.
it's the same for eating in general.
It looks
you might
really
not be able
good,
to eat
Aspen.
tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should
Heart
carry on.
eyes, for real.
That's what people call living, you know.
And she continues with the bars, like actually just a
Don't be
philosopher
sad.
in my presence.
Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijouin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Aww.
Oh, you know Citron?
Good night, Aspen.
I sure do.
Wait, I was supposed to
She
head out
was
of here
born
before you see
before
something
me, and
crazy.
she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Aw.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Wait,
I've
that's
got
so
something
real.
else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
You don't like
Bye.
avocados? I love avocados.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
And even if the cake won't be here tomorrow, it's here today. That's crazy. I'm gonna live my life. That just cured my seasonal depression.
It's more delicious than last
That's
time.
actually nuts.
And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
And maybe you can. Charlotte.
Wow.
And yes, I did get Farina.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
You have, girl.
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Wait, that's so true. Where's our cut?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for
I
you.
wouldn't.
I've even set the table with some food.
Yeah, but I said that like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, you're the best.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives,
Conspiracy?
you'd be
I don't
in
really
trouble now,
subscribe
you know.
to any conspiracy theories.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Well, hold on.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
We thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She
Said you're a busybody. No, I'm kidding.
Daredevil of a journalist.
Oh, not the accent.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
I like it a lot.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
We should interview calling out the Archon.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
See, that's the thing. I don't know haunted stuff. I will not go to haunted anything. No graveyards. No. Like Ouija boards. None of that. No abandoned places. I don't do any of that because you're asking for trouble. I will not be the opening scene of a horror movie. All right? I won't. I refuse. No, I refuse. It's just, it's not wussing out. It's survival. Survival instincts. You have none. If you go looking for trouble like that, you have none. It's like leaving your doors unlocked. Like, why would you do that? Lock your doors.
Oh, so that's a yes?
Just saying.
Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor.
Oh, I won't do like psychics either.
Have to apply for lighting, a venue,
No
some
psychics
props,
either.
and...
No, even if you don't believe in it.
So much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Not delusional.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
Not me, because I won't go. I won't go. I don't do none of that. If people bring out a Ouija board, I'm going home.
For example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do.
It would not be a cool experience.
I've never once thought that
You
the
know
day
what's a
could
cool
be
experience?
tomorrow.
Not dying.
If you're seriously
What a great
asking,
experience
then
that is.
I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Huh.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
These people have good
Just
mindsets.
think about it. If this nation really
Back to my
wanted be
ostrich
suddenly
point from
destroyed
earlier, if you told me the world was
but
gonna
I
end
still
tomorrow, I'd really stick
successfully
my head in the
finish
ground
an
and just black
exclusive
out.
interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Nerd! No, I'm
But
kidding.
Anyway, that's
I
my
admire her.
answer.
She's cool.
And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
She's really nice.
Paimon's been thinking,
Uh-oh. That can't be good.
if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I would black out and die.
Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Huh. What would you guys do if you found that world was gonna end?
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
Damn, she looks so somber.
Huh.
Damn!
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Okay. Now what? There's like a but coming, you know what I mean? Like, all goes well, but...
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterwards you went to the Fortress of Merope.
Monsieur Nervillet. I can't take it.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes,
What?
inside the opera
Oh my god, he
house.
wants to date?
The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What?
A riot?
Huh?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
A riot?
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Oh,
the crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started
This is
to
so
put the
French
blame on
Revolution core of
Farina.
them.
Guess they finally found an
I love
outlet
it.
for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are
Yeah, but
also
I
the
like to
first to be
listen
blamed.
too. That's the thing. Like, as much as
So
I
what
hate to
happened
listen, I
after
like
that?
to
Is
listen. You know what I
Farina
mean?
okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling
If I knew
out of
Chinese, I would do it in
control and that
Chinese.
further argument was pointless.
But I don't.
She claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée
Sorry.
Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have
That's
any
unfortunate.
leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I mean, didn't like Arlecchino almost kill her because she wasn't able to defend herself, but then she stopped of her own will?
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Ruh-roh.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care.
Oh, it worked.
Well,
Oh, so maybe
sounds like
we
should
started
hurry
civil
over to
unrest.
Quetzal then.
Oh, is that what we did by asking everyone that question? Did we create civil unrest?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll
how did
look
this
for
happen?
a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Not what I meant to do. But I get both ways, you know what I mean? That was the most extra way I could have arrived in there.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
He said, I'm coming for you.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Uh-oh. I feel like we should leave. This seems a little intimate.
Did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Not everyone.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
I feel bad for her. I just feel like if she told people they could help her, at least try.
But
even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Ignorant subjects is crazy. Isn't why is blonde sometimes with an E and then sometimes not? I don't get it. I don't get it. Someone explain that to me, please.
Farina.
Don't understand.
You were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
This song sounds like Claire de Lune or something like that.
What do you mean, tear stains?
Not Claire de Lune.
I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts.
I love her attitude. She will not break face. Like, she does not lose her cool.
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once
you
they
guys.
realize
Wait.
that I'm nowhere to be found.
That had to have been a good one.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Oh, her laugh is actually crazy. She laughs like Dakota. Oh my god, she laughs like Dakota.
Of course not.
That doesn't work for both options.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Get her! Get her, boys!
Quick, after her!
She stole the election! Get her! Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
I'm sorry.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
She's... Whew, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Me too. Mine's only level 50. I still have to find them stupid flowers. This is like one of those Scooby-Doo type chase scenes where like they run into one hallway and then walk out the next and like opens a door and it's the guy there.
This should be the place, right? Hey,
What's the Scooby-Doo coming
there's
after
a good
you?
hiding spot over here. Quick, come to climb up before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Oh my god, they're gonna have an intervention.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Oh my god, we're literally gonna have an intervention. They're all gonna be in there, aren't
Fine,
they?
I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Stop. I'll actually laugh. Like, actually laugh if everyone's in there and they're like, so, we've been meaning to talk to you about your behavior. Oh, not exactly. Boo. I thought I got it right. It would be funnier if it was my way.
Paimon's exhausted.
From all that not running you were doing?
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Keep missing.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Oh, whispering. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh. No. Not that.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Oh, I think I got it.
Can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
That's what I'm saying. Why didn't
Yeah,
Arlecchino say that?
You're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Oh. Oh, hiccup. No, I'm not pulling for her
It's
weapon. I'm saving
I've been
for
investigating the prophecy for
Arlecchino
hundreds
probably,
of
or
years.
Navia.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding
She finally gave
information
in.
back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean indeed.
Oh shit, oops.
I've thought about
My
giving
bad.
up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to
My eyes
come
are
true,
hurting.
and so many people have already lost their lives.
You know what I have to say?
But just now,
Oh.
it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
That's like a very wise thing for her to say. But I'm just wondering where the fuck that stupid whale's gonna come into all this. Like, y'all remember him? Like, we're in a ship in a town, like just sitting there. Where the hell is that just intergalactic whale? Just gonna like I just don't get where it's gonna come from.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
And what's the final moment, girl? What does that mean?
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Okay. The moment you tell Nouvellette the truth.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
I'm gonna fall in my
but
mouth. Do I
honestly,
see that?
considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
No, she laughs like Dakota. I'm sorry, she does.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Confide, yeah, tell Nouvellette, or I mean us, hello.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. If that's the case...
Uh-oh. She has an idea. She kind of... She's gonna tell us. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Uh-oh. Really bad timing, girl. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
No, I'm sorry. They ate that up. So I was kind of right. No, that's actually nuts. I would have... It was just like the other trick. No, they got her ass. They got her ass on camera. That's crazy. That's nuts. That's actually nuts.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
I don't know why they wouldn't just like wait though, because it seemed like she was gonna tell us anyways. Like, it actually almost seems like counterproductive, because now she's gonna be all defensive again.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if this was really... Because now, look at her. Now she's all bullshitting again.
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it feels like kind of productive.
May I interpret these
Uh-oh.
words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Uh-oh. She's not winning that fight.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
That's crazy. This is crazy. Oh.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
That's crazy.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to
She can't fight.
a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Oh. Sorry. That's just funny.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
She said, like, that's crazy.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
This is like uncharacteristically, like, genuine of her. You don't get to see this often.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Okay.
This time,
sure.
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclés is now unfolding before your eyes.
Where does the whale come in?
Mark my words. This
Well, I'm already
shall
here,
be
but the other
of
one.
the
I want to
most
see it.
exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin.
Woohoo!
Neil, thank you for the follow. How are you?
Now we're making history.
He's
I
so...
feel like Farina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
I guess.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Me? I didn't go to law school. That's crazy.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
See, this is because we did all this. I'm telling you, if we didn't do all this, she would have told us faster. I'm sure she'll tell us eventually, but I'm annoyed. Anyways. I'm sorry I lost your 50-50. At least you have guaranteed for your next one. Or, hey, still lots of time in the update.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Hi, how are you?
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its
Love
cargo,
Lenny.
of course,
What a man.
was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course,
Sorry,
this
that's funny to
performance
me.
was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant
she's a
magic
sugar
box,
daddy.
dig a tunnel, and
Yeah,
open up
that
a
sounds
path
about
through
right.
the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
That's okay. Hey, I don't care how she gets her money, as long as it's there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
I mean, yeah, that
Yes,
part's kind of obvious.
that is correct.
Well, Florand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding
I'd say she has
champion
balls for that.
duelist in all of Fontaine
'Cause,
would
like,
accept a duel
She
with
doesn't
an
know that, like,
Archon
what happened with
without
Arlecchino.
flinching.
So for all she knows, like, this is like an actual god.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
How did she guess wrong? Oh.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
But then she was about to.
It's fine. It matters not.
Hmm.
What's done is done.
She was
The
about to say it
stage
though, you
is
know, like if we
already
gave her a couple
set,
more minutes, I think.
So there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the
I can't tell if she's
very
enjoying this or
end.
not. I feel like she like should hate this, but I feel like she like low-key likes it. What are we gonna ask her? I'm not a lawyer.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something?
Well, I mean,
Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
we would have just carried off the information, like
Oh,
told it to
let's hide
Nouvellette
and
and all
seek.
them. And like
Isn't this the exclusive
the general public
interview that
didn't
she did with us
necessarily need to
before?
know. You know what I
So
mean?
she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as
Please don't make me click on stuff.
Alright?
Please don't make me do it.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Hey, where the hell is Child?
But the Tui Harbinger, she's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
That's my wife right there. My husband, I guess, technically. Thank you. Which I'll be taking that and put it in there. Stop spoiling me.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Murdered by Nilou. Spoiler!
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. Trying to figure this out.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
It's true.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Okay, Lumine.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
That would explain why she gets stuff. That would explain why she has that little vision of hers. All right. Guess we're gonna have to see.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
And she doesn't have one right now, but she gets one later on.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
No
Lady
way.
Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
I don't think she... Don't hesitate, girl. Come on.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
I'm telling you.
Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to
Eccentric
doubt
is
her very
crazy.
identity?
I'm telling you, this is giving me like the twins from Persona being split. With like the eyes, like there's something amiss here.
I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Vibes. I felt like it. I had a feeling.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have
Her
known
vibes
me
were off.
as
I'm
the
an
Hydro
empath.
Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
I think we know because Sumer, you can't always trust people's memories, clearly.
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
This might be like a really obscure reference, but do you guys know what the Turk is? Basically, there was a person in the machine, and they were playing against other people in chess, and it wasn't actually a real machine. It was just like fake. It was fake, right? The whole thing. That's what the Oratrice reminds me of. Like, I feel like there's just like someone controlling it, like someone inside just being like, ah, like, you know what I mean? Like, cause like, anyways, sorry, that was just a very, very random thing. Ignore you. Look it up though. It's called the Turk. It was like a fake thing. Look it up. Someone else can explain better than I can.
That you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened
It's going
as
great.
a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Very dramatic. The stakes just got raised a lot.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Well, I
Tradition
tried
can also
to
go
give
against
you the
you.
chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Oceanid. No, I'm kidding.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ask Kaya that. How's Kaya able to live till 500? Right? How is Xiao able to do so? That was crazy.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
A curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
What does veracity mean? Like truth? Or something? Truthfulness? What does that mean?
A curse. I once thought it
I want like an
possible that
exact
the aura of
definition.
an
Can someone
Archon
Google that
might
for me?
naturally resemble a type of
Never
curse.
seen that word before. I'll just assume like the truth or like substance or something. Like that's what I would assume, but I don't know. Accuracy. Okay.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
A cursed human.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
That sucks.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Yeah, you would never be able to tell the I'm just thinking about the NPCs versus like the playable characters. Like, yeah, you'd never be able to tell them apart.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Then do something. Huh? Then do something. Right now.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You're going to jail, little girl. We
You
got your ass. You're going to prison.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
He's yelling.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Well, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right?
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
It's not looking too hot.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
I mean, I guess.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Yeah. Let's say make like a bubble. Do something watery.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Look at them all sitting so politely. I'd be sat like this. Edge of my seat. Slumped. I'd be so
if
like...
that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
That's so petty.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Whoa. Drama.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Girl.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
I have to say she's a excellent bullshitter. Like fantastic. I would fold like a t-shirt if you tried to get me to lie about all this. I would say, yeah, it's me. My bad. I'm not it. You caught me. I'd give up the second Claire put her sword in my face. So like her ability to just keep it going, like it's admirable. I'm not gonna lie.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah. No matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh. Right, bro. Girl, you better hurry up.
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Wait, hear me out though. And maybe this is a stupid question to ask now. Aren't gods... Okay, so let's just say she's not actually the real Archon, right? That's where it looks like this is headed. Aren't gods' powers, though, based off of how much their people believe in them? Which is why... You know what I mean? So technically, if they're believing in her as the Archon, wouldn't the actual Hydro... No, I know. I'm just saying, like, well, then wouldn't the actual Hydro Archon have no power? Because they all believe in Farina as the Hydro Archon? Or is it just they have to believe in a Archon? You know what I mean? Because if she's not actually it, then the real Hydro Archon would have no power because everyone thinks she is the real one. Right? That makes sense, right? Or is that just like, should I just shut up and just press play? Like... The idea. But then why is Venti weak? People in Mondstadt believe in him. You know what I mean? They always say Venti's the weakest Archon right now because of that. Because, like, Mondstadt people aren't forced to believe in, like, obviously, like, Zhongli being the strongest. Because... Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe they just have to believe in a Archon, or is it, maybe it's just, like, they have to believe in an Archon just, like, period, like, one? Who knows? Whatever.
Please. You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
That's true. But I think he's also just like... I don't know.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Wow, biggest con artist in history.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Child.
You have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Because it's obviously child.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Guys, it's clearly Barbara. Like, don't be disrespectful. Friend is a human. Where to use?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be...
Damn it. This one? I don't get it. The seawater? I was reading the things. I just don't... None of the ones that we can click on. What? Am I being dumb? irrelevant. Use this one. Damn it!
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Oh, that's
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
He goes, this is not a playground. I love him.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago.
How did she go about collecting that?
Taking many lives.
Like, it's like touching acid.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina.
Cup girl.
Would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
A cup is crazy.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Okay, but have you ever tried to scoop water with a cup from, like, a puddle? Get on your hands, like, on the side of the cup. Like, you gotta be, like, I'm just saying, you gotta be careful. Like, I was saying, I was just saying, like, clearly they had to be very careful. Alright, everyone shut up.
But if you don't dare to touch it,
never mind.
then we would have basically proved the reverse.
That's crazy.
Oh, and I must
when she
remind
touches
you
it, just kills
that
herself.
After the
Sorry.
disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
She's like, I gotta keep up the act.
I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Those two are not correlated, but...
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
No way. She's gonna drink it? No.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
I mean, she's a little crazy. Like, come on.
What we thought she would...
She gotta keep up the act till the end. No way.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hello?
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Huh?
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Oh wait, they can like read humans, right?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, did they dilute it to make sure she wouldn't actually just like go crazy?
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an
That's
actual
actually
human.
crazy.
After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
She really just willingly tried to do that. That's not. I respect that. It's dedication. Unknown in AX, guys, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Yes, fair warning, we're doing part 5 of the Archon quest. We're pretty deep in, so if you don't want any spoilers, I do recommend heading out. As much as I love to have you here, I'd rather you experience the game better. So just fair warning.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
That's what I'm saying. Like, what does she have to keep hidden so bad that she was just willing to die for it? That's crazy.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Well, I mean...
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
I was gonna say that. I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna say that when she stuck her hand in before they were like, oh, it's not real water. I was gonna be like, well, technically, like, what if it also destroyed the Archon? Like, okay, time out. It actually would make more sense that it would affect the Archon. Technically, I don't know. I was gonna say that. Although, obviously, she's just, like, bullshitting. I would say that that's actually, like, you know, like, it's actually not a solid art. Well, I mean, this is, like, children's court, though. You know what I mean? Like, none of these arguments are actually, like... But the same thing went for Linny's. It was also, like, my story versus your story. Which one was more entertaining?
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
See, like, that also makes sense. Like, technically, like, I don't know. I'd be on her, not on her side, because obviously she's floundering, but, like, she has sound arguments, or defenses, I should say.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
I know, because he's always in her corner. Like, she was, like, looking at him as, like, a last, like, oh, that's really sad.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Well, it might not get her, because if it's made by the original Hydra Archon, who obviously put her in that place, it might not you know what I mean? Like, it might come to her defense. In theory. Oh. Oh, uh-oh.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Could complete disbelief kill an Archon? What's happening? Where'd she go?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Damn. That's actually crazy. Wow. Wow.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
I'm actually nervous. I feel like I might come to her rescue. I don't know.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
I don't even want to know. I'm so nervous. Was I right? Does it say not guilty?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It goes punishment by death.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
I was kidding. I would like to apologize.
The death sentence?
In the trailer? Well, they showed the sword thing, but like...
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
Oh, they actually said that out loud? Oh, I don't remember that. That's my bad. I remember the sword. And it's like a water sword. But I don't remember. My bad. Okay.
The one and only time
My
the
fault.
death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
That's my bad.
What an
I'd like to
unexpected
apologize.
twist.
Reader. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. How are you? Reader, we're in the middle of the Archon Quest Part 5. So spoilers. Fontaine Archon Quest. Big spoilers right now.
Farina's been sentenced
Welcome. I hope you're doing
death
well.
by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
Wow, good job, guys. We got her killed.
Escalate this quickly.
Great work, team.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
So then, again, if the real Hydro Archon made this device, why would this device then be telling Farina to kill herself? Like, I don't get what's happening.
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Oh, wait, so yeah, the Hydro Archon. So then maybe it doesn't mean her? Like, what?
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So then who do they have to kill? Wait.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
I'm confused. So then where is she? Bring her out. Bring her out, y'all. Cutscene? Bring her out?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
It's Fremine. Guys, Fremine's the Hydra.
Is the trial still going?
It's Fremine, guys.
Fremine!
You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
If not found, thank you. Hi. Thank you for stopping by. He soloed. Carried Fontaine.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Look at him. I just want to pinch his cheeks. He's such a good boy.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh my god, Fremine is the guy. It's Fremine. In the middle. That's it really is him.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
That's like a little scary. No, you didn't spoil anything. You're fine. Don't worry. You just said it was good.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
And he did a great job. He deserves a warm glass of milk and a nice comfy bed to rest on, because look how hard he worked. Look how hard he worked to save this godforsaken country. Alright? And no one and the thanks he gets is nothing.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Yeah, him and his fuck-ass Bob.
Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
He's just... Look at him. He's just not working hard enough, he thinks.
Thank you.
But that's
for
a man,
your hard work,
so that's
Mr.
a little
Fremine.
concerning, because that means...
Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Something's happening with a man. You know what happens when men get involved. Oh, God.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Well, he's not a human man, Nouvelette, so... He gets a pass.
What is it?
Tori can die. Remember when I was talking about a human-sized blender for Dottore? I would like to knock Dottore unconscious with a widescreen TV. With the Samsung Odyssey monitor, I'd like to smack him across that head until he just passes out, never to wake up again. So, I'm glad you like him. Do not speak for the rest of us. Anyways. Oh shit, I just tapped out. Almost Alt F4 Genshin, that's crazy. Hydra Archon releasing her divine power turns Oceanids into human beings. So all Fontainians are just Oceanids and then they're turning back?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh, y'all are getting all this from a picture. It's crazy.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
We need what? What do we need? Oh, the clockwork toys? Oh, they are so cute. Very cute indeed. I don't know where you'd get them though. Oh, Tmall? Oh. Maybe. I like the darker blue one. But do you like the darker blue one? Because like in my head, that's more neutral. You really want them? Okay, I'll see if I can find them. Just remind me, send me the link like to that, like the message out to me.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
I think this just proves that Child's the Hydro Archon. I mean, duh. Like,
okay, let's try to recall the contents of the
obviously
other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Uh-oh. Okay, home. So the more right it is, the more the... Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Well, yeah, then that's the primordial seawater, right? Turning them into water.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Where the hell is Child, by the way? Speaking of...
Never mind Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Like, where is she?
Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
I thought I... Oh, girl, don't do that to me.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Well, this looks like what's happening right now. Frina sat on her chair, crying, while everyone doesn't... Well, she's all alone, metaphorically at least. So... Wait.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
That doesn't sound...
Wait, what is it?
That doesn't sound...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. And the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
That doesn't sound...
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. If we hadn't dealt with it in time,
I need to stop doing that.
Things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
Okay. Let's click it.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin
don't
was
get that.
actually Fontaine's original
This bit
sin.
confuses me.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Maybe it was impossible for you to predict. Not me. I did predict it. I predicted it, by the way. Me, by the way. I did that, remember? Remember when I did that? Yes, I did. I predicted enough of it. I predicted more of it than you did. So. But I predicted a lot. Yes, I did. The pickpocket. I was right. And I knew. And I knew. 'Cause I'm a genius. You didn't know it was a pickpocket. That was me. Genius. Certifiable genius right here, Tori. Noemi. Yeah. Sure. Sure. What if you say, Darcy? But I think I predicted more. Have to click, have to click.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Well, I predicted more of your mom at my house, in my place. Yeah, that's what I predicted. So you know what?
The prophecy's contents can
Sorry.
all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
That's actually crazy. You got my ass. That was good. That was good. I thought we're like figuring out the truth of Fontaine, and I'm like, your mom's in my bed. Like, that's crazy. That's, I need to get off. I need to go to bed right now.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
So now what?
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
She said like the, we're gonna have to like, as if like, it's right behind me, isn't it? She said it in like that tone.
Let's hear them.
We're gonna have to shock the court. Shut the hell up.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
That's nuts.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon.
So what happens if like a
with
Fontainian
Oceanids
leaves
as their
Fontaine? Is it
basis?
like a half human? Half Oceanid? What happens then?
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Huh.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Alright.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate
So
that
that
she
was her
probably
crime?
anchored Celestia by creating humans without
Oh, I just
prior
need-
permission.
Sorry.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Sorry, thank you. I'm so confused, I'm
And
sorry.
yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
That, I'm eating those.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
So don't get it on my
weeping
fingers.
your throne.
And then it gets
Only
on my
then will the
mouse.
sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Yes, ma'am. For once.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Oh, my bad.
However,
Thought I dropped
while
something.
you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Well, no, because then I'll have them all at once and I'll choke and die.
Now that the
Lord
slate
willing.
collection
No,
is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
I'm thinking cutscene time.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
What happened? Spoiler or no spoiler?
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form
Those
of
little
human
Hydro
life.
circles have just been a big troublemakers this entire time, is what I'm hearing.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
But someone has to be the sacrifice for original sin. Right? So who's Jesus then? That's what I'm wondering in this comparison. Child. No.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
But then they're talking about their parents and their grandparents. Then did they have kids? And then the kids were, that's what I'm wondering. Yes, Genshin is great, Fufu. However, this is massive spoilers for the Fontaine Archon quest, so while I say it's fantastic and you should play it, I do recommend skip, unless you have like a bad memory like me, I do recommend not paying attention right now. And explained later. Okay.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Me.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
So they are gonna protect her.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
I always said Oceanids as well, but yeah, they say Oceanids in game. But I say Oceanids. Oh, you don't mind spoilers? Okay, good. I was about to say, because you're seeing some massive ones right now. This is like the end of the Archon quest. I will say, though, this is like the best Archon quest I've experienced to date, just in case you're having second doubts.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
No way. So we just did that.
It refers to our present situation.
Oh, so that means number 4 is coming right real quick.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
So that's why she was... I said that, David. I was like, well, look at her now. She's all alone, weeping on her throne. All by herself.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Well, my thing was also too, like... That's why Farina was, she was like, you have to believe me. Like, you have to, don't say that. Don't look at me like that. She's begging.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Lord willing, I've had enough of this place.
Traveler,
I've had enough of this
I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
What? Worse?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Huh? I have.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Oh my god, I know what it is. Child. Duh. How could I forget? Case. Okay. Whew. I got a little nervous. The whale?
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
So we just have to beat its ass. Like, that can't be that hard.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, that's not... Oh. this nut job. Whew. Bro is falling apart. He said, "Boo!"
That was way too
You
close.
suck.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Huge whale.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
I was gonna say that when she said the huge whale you dreamed about. I was gonna be like, oh, she dreams about me? No, we need to stop, by the way. Because literally, like, I can't take this seriously. Every time they say whale, I'm like biting my tongue. Oh my god. I'm like 5 years old. Like, is this like potty humor? Big. Like, are you okay?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
This is what I'm saying. Like, of course it wants to eat. Typical. No, why don't we just attack it now while it's weak?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
What team should I bring, guys, when I go fight it? I'm so
From
serious.
the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What? Should I take Linny, maybe?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Let's just kill it then.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Not according to what N said.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
4.3 live stream? Spoilers!
Justice prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Like underground?
Ultimately,
With a huge whale?
fate shall serve as your only guide,
I was
no
saying
matter
that.
what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
She has like so many different accents, I was saying earlier. Like, you need to pick one, commit to the bit. Ah, whiplash. Oh wow. It's like a flash bomb. We go when we fight. Duh. Let's go. Come on.
What's happening with the oratories?
Sentencing, it's
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
I really couldn't do this before the massive whale came through. Like, I had to wait.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
She don't even care. What? Who's that? When did she get an outfit change?
You.
What?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor.
What?
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
What?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
That's crazy because it's the same voice actor. So she sounds so different. Like, that's crazy.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. between the task of saving the
confused.
nation,
That's okay.
the quotidian duties of
who's
the
Farina,
Hydro
then?
Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Damn.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Aww.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Oh. Okay.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Damn.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part
Is she
in
aware
the
of all this?
most
She must be, right?
unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Like she knows all this. And wow. Damn. I wonder what she's gonna tell us. Dog. Oh. I was like, how the fuck do I get up there? Damn it. I wanted to take a picture. wait. Nah, I should have put Charlotte on. Whatever.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, girl.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
I feel really bad for her. How do you even, like, get someone to... Oh my god.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Oh.
Wait, what's gonna... Oh, this is so good. I have nothing to say. This is... Oh, is it me?
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Oh my god.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
No, that's insane. The range on this is nuts.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish
Like,
to
she
say?
sounds so much more childlike.
The prophecy.
It's crazy.
Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, It will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I
yeah,
dissolve
how would she?
too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other. Is it not obvious where this
You can't put a price on stuff like that. We learned that earlier.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, there's more. I'm never going to bed, you guys. I'm never getting some sleep. How many are these? Because I am suffering. Not actually. I'm not tired yet. I'm just like getting a little restless.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
You know, her act is phenomenal.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
I Cat, I'm still up because I was ill-advised. I was... yeah, I think we didn't realize how much was actually left, but it's okay. It's entertaining, so we're still going. Oh, you did. I think you're the first one to get it, Cat. Very good. Yeah, I don't think Dakota got hers yet, so yeah, you're number 1. Well, I think you're also technically the closest to me. Physically. I'm pretty sure you're the closest distance to New York. Right? There you go. So Dakota should probably get hers soon, then Darcy, then Maya will be in like 14 years because of customs, but that'll be alright. I might have to take a little bit of a break, just for a second, just to go to the bathroom and like splash some water in my face.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Like, she's insane for that. She's so cool. She's so cool.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina,
I always leave my mouse
here
right
are
in
the
the middle.
latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see
Oh,
you
it's just gonna be
this
showing how her days repeat
Indeed,
themselves.
my dear
for
loyal citizen.
just a cute little 500
this
years or so.
joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
actually crazy. I
The
teared up at the
show
same
must
time
go
she
on
did.
for hundreds more.
A little bit before her, but
I
still.
never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done?
See, like, that's sad. She probably wanted to confide in us so badly. Confide in us so badly.
Investigations across the centuries. But there's not even
bad
a
we, like,
sliver
betrayed
of
her.
hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Oh, so she wasn't gonna tell us anyways. Wow.
So
She
even
couldn't.
Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Remember when I was telling you guys about that fancy? 4. What else did I get right? See? I mean, you guys can't say I'm stupid when, like, sometimes my brain just is, like, on fire. Oh, right, of course. No, not the new Archon. He's the old Archon. That's what I said, David. Don't be stupid.
And then I
Duh.
became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Oh, I just said it, like, in passing? Wow. So I'm a genius.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Oh. I mean, I guess. Technically.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Wowza. That's deep. That sure is a lot. That's heavy stuff right there.
I beg your pardon?
Intervention? Okay.
Oh, you have it.
That was...
And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina
So she's
suffered?
gonna, like, end herself, technically? Like, that's, like, I'm a little bit confused. And my braid keeps getting stuck in my headband. Or my headset. Right here.
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice.
No, I didn't fund anyone. No one got $10,000 for a C6 Farina, don't worry. I couldn't afford that, that's for sure.
But really, some have already discovered
Wish.
that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
It was a joke, it was a joke, don't worry.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The
So, like,
destruction
no
of
more
that
Archon
divine
period?
throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
Well, surely there's not much more, right? I'll actually, like, I'm so serious, I'll drop dead if there's, like, how much more? By the way, can someone, like, and I'm serious now, please give me, like, a semi-accurate description of how much is going to be left. Because we are now an hour and 40 minutes over what my original estimation was told, and I know damn well I did not talk for that long. Okay.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Interesting. Okay.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Yeah, Anders, you were the only one who was honest with me, I have to say. I appreciate that. I should have listened to you, but that's all right. We're almost through. This is, I mean, it is really good, so I understand why everyone wanted me to finish it right away.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
That's what I'm saying, like...
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
You said you were honest in that you said it would be a good stopping point, which that it was. However, I was not advised to stop. This is not exactly halfway. This half is longer, for sure. We're not done yet, and we're already... We're not done. I talked more in the beginning. Objective-wise, I guess, but, like, content-wise, yeah, I guess that's true.
Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Aw.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Wow. Like, that's it. Wow. That's all I have to say. Oh my god. This is so good. Like, this is so good.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Alright, no one saw a
Was that
thing.
bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Now it can. Let's go.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
I mean, girl, you watched it happen. Why are you confused?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Well, I'll go wherever you want me to, Nublet. But calling it the all-devouring narwhal really doesn't sound very intimidating. That just sounds like me being hungry after coming home from work. Like, that is not, like... They should have called it something cooler. Oh, Oh, they're not letting me change my team?
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power from primordial sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
It's beautiful. This is beautiful, but how in God's name I'm Hydro as my team is
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
This is beautiful, I have to say.
Settle down! The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
Fast now.
Continue to trigger its hostility. The chance will present itself.
He looks silly when he's fast. Oh wait, that's supposed to happen. That's supposed to happen. I'm sorry, I got scared.
Thingy over there. It looks really scary. By royal decree.
Bow your head.
I swear by my sword. Let the world come on.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root.
What's happening? Is that it? Surely that can't be it. What the fuck? Oh, hello. Can't shoot at him like that.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
I'm sorry, the fact that she just flung him like a rag doll. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Hello, hello, how are you? No, she's beautiful. You know what it is though? And someone said this, she really does look like a Fontaine character. Or not, I'm dumb. I'm sorry, not a Fontaine character. What do you call it? She looks like a Honkai character. How are you, Josh? How you been? Why are you up so late? I shouldn't even be awake this late. Can we get a shout out for Josh, please?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Master's pet? What does that mean? No, not stealing. Not necessarily like stealing. It just looks like she fits that game better. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like, you know what I mean? Good night, Josh. Thanks for stopping by and for lurking, and rest up. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Now, does she look... I don't know. She doesn't fit in the game at all. She just doesn't look like she belongs in this game. Like, she looks great, but she does not look like a Genshin character. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a bit trippy to look at.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
That's true.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
It is very
All
pretty.
in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well,
Her pants are
Child's
crazy.
master's master.
This is gonna sound really stupid, but her legs look like how it looks like they're moving. Like the fabric itself is moving. Like on a screen behind it. It looks like the clothes in Chowder. You guys remember the show Chowder on Cartoon Network? And how like the patterns on their outfits like wouldn't move. It would look like they were like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then I'm not even gonna try and use words to describe it, but it is that. Exactly that.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
That's alarming.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
No? Have we?
Fowl?
I don't think I have.
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
So as in the same person who made Albedo. Is Child's master's master?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
What the fuck?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter.
Oh.
They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
So they're not the same.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Oh.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
So is her master one of the what is it? The 5, the 6, or whatever of those freaks?
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Something like that, yeah.
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Clay's mom is by definition a freak. I'm sure she'd be the first to admit that. She's insane, that woman. She's funny. So it's okay.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh, that's... Oh, I thought we were here doing not that. So... Great, okay.
What?
Huh.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Oh, right, but we fixed that, so it's fine. Just kidding.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But no, he already forgave us for them, right? Us, as if I'm from there. Oh.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Bro, imagine being on the boat and that was just all that up and down. I'd throw up. What?
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Oh right, I forgot about this.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
Just a quick little swim.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Well, I wouldn't say it was wrong. We changed it. Good job, team. We did it.
I created.
Official. She just always has to get the last fucking word in. Did y'all hear her? Bro. The Welkin is crazy.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Very true.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Wow.
What do you think?
Real celebs.
Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
She knows how to run a
I'm sure
business.
that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Duke?
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on.
Sorry.
Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there. Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our
It's crazy
residents
the
are
child was
hard
in there
at
finding
work
that
as
thing
well.
for a month.
Thanks to everyone,
That's
work is progressing
nuts.
nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I
Creep.
especially like that article you wrote last year about
Sorry.
Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision
Hi,
makers.
Ivana, how are you?
And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Oh, she's really trying
Well,
it now.
if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Oh, 100%.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Navi is
Wow,
so unamused.
You really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
Monsieur Nervillette.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was...
There you go, thank you, girl.
When did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell
She's
me
gonna
if
end
you
up
hear
in
anything
prison
interesting.
for like, taking a picture of
I'll
Wriothesley.
treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wriothesley. End stream. I'm actually gonna hover my stop streaming.
Wow.
Next thing I click on is that button.
There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
No, can't say I have.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course.
Oh, okay, I'll wait a little bit.
All right then, this way.
A spoiler for what though? This? Never mind. Do not describe it either.
Hey, no need to be so nervous.
Rena's?
I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Oh, okay. So I'll watch it after I watch
Miss
Verena's then.
Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Oh yeah, Noah's Ark. Look at this guy.
If I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
Oh yeah, Fontaine was very
I have to
biblical.
apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Nerd.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
David likes Kazuo a lot.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigewinne.
I actually don't know who your favorites are too, David, aside from Kazuo.
Hey, Miss
really.
Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Hello? Like, why is it not continuing? I
Same
hate
old,
this.
as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided
Shut
to
up,
let the
nerd.
interview go
I did
through.
not ask.
We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
I have too
I
many
see.
favorite. Well,
Lots
no.
of things happen
I
that
have a
day,
favorite
huh?
per region.
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
His best
He
friends.
sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oops.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
That's
As
fair.
to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if
Got
our laws
hiccups.
and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
My
Thanks for your
favorite in
cooperation.
Mondstadt
Come on,
is
traveler, let's
Kaya.
go. Till
Very
next time,
second
everyone.
closest Albedo.
There'll be
My
a next
favorite
time.
in Libe is Xiao.
Maybe?
My
Who knows?
favorite in
I might write a
Inazuma.
story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
Personality-wise is Yoimiya, but lore-wise is
All right,
Kazuha.
last stop, the docks.
I think your list might be the most alarming.
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with
fair.
Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Oh my god, back to the pockets. Full circle, truly.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Of course I would.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Leave him alone. He's trying his best.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please.
Oh my god, he has a
write down my
crunch.
address.
He has a crunch. That's actually
Hard to
crazy.
help Femine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Does this bitch apologize to him for being an asshole? I hope she does.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
Oh, I'm totally lying. She doesn't actually. I was just kidding.
Happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Is he an idiot? Yeah, I guess it's better than dealing with everything else. It's just like really. Oh, I guess it is fair. Bad bitches are superstitious, so it's just part of his DNA, I suppose. Can't help it.
A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Yeah, no, there was no way they were getting out of that without giving it away.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that
That's what I'm saying, that they kind of had to give it away.
Noemi has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervalet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I'd imagine.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Who's this? Oh my god, it's a pickpocket. I'm kidding. It's just Queen, Mother, Father. Father is mothering.
What do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
What are you doing with that little girl? What's going on
That is
here?
our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
No, he's not high enough to know. I only think like maybe 3 people really know, one of them being the Saritsa. I wouldn't even be surprised if Arlecchino doesn't fully know what's going on. I'd say it's not many people at all. Like really, like a small amount. Like I bet if you tried to talk to Wanderer, he's no fucking idea. You think they'd tell him that? No, absolutely not. I would say Saritsa, Tori, and the guy who's number 1. What's his name? I forgot. Pietro? Is it Pietro? You don't even think Tori? Yeah, maybe not. That could be true.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank
we
you
did give
for
it back
keeping
to him.
it safe
Okay,
for
good.
him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Good for Monet.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing
That's
the
what I
exact same
said.
thing right now. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Beautiful scenery. Beautiful man.
So, you really are here, Novelet. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
What's the truth? Oh, we saw this. We saw this too.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the
I guess we
Hydro
didn't see the
Archon
full thing.
and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully
I wanna go to bed.
elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon
I know
still doesn't
Paimon.
quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
But I
For
know.
me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Yeah.
Shut up,
And in
Paimon.
a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Sorry,
It
I'm
seems
sorry.
from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Oh yeah, just about 15. Would you mind explaining them to me in great
Ask
detail?
away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay. Keep going.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
So is that how they had kids?
Seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Wait.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So were they not doing the deed? Like, I'm confused. So they'd go, oh, I really want a kid, and then go get one from the fountain. But now they're like, that's how? That's not... That did not explain things the way they meant. The way they thought that would? I have a million more questions.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a
Evelyn's gonna have to
normal
attend
life.
her funeral one day.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Yep, good
After
stuff.
Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
I was supposed to say, he only disagreed with it once, so...
From the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do.
Ooh, my back.
But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
You're so
As
hot.
such, before I attend
love
to my
you.
other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, what's that about, Chief?
Leaving
Shut up,
aside their intentionality,
Paimon.
the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The
You give it
Oratrice
to
has
them, they
ceased to
leave.
function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
I mean, like that too,
Ask away.
technically.
I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Yeah!
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
It's hot.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
I didn't know that. Dragons. It's about to go crazy.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Loser.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
It's about to be so cool. Oh my god.
Known as the Captain, has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh, that's exciting. So that's who we're gonna be dealing with then?
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
That's actually crazy that it's done already. Fontaine's done already. Fontaine just came out yesterday. Like, literally yesterday and a half was, like, Fontaine's release date. And now it's over. The main Archon quest is over. That's nuts.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's absolutely crazy.
Hang on a sec. When
No.
we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for
what?
it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface.
Oh, this
It went
is
something like this.
Oh, this is actually important. Hold on.
what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
What next?
Oh.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
He is so tall.
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The Gnosis?
Remains? I've never heard of any such
Wait, what?
thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Like, all this is great and all. Explain what you mean by that, or just stop talking. Like, I'm so serious.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Huh, so the Gnosises are a bad thing. So then the Gnosises are bad, so then Saritsa's collecting them for what exactly? She probably knows this. If Child's master knows this, I would assume they... Oh, you think? Oh, that would be crazy if she was trying to bring him back. Kind of like how in, what is it, JJK, where they need all like the fingers or whatever to bring that guy back. Like that. Yeah, maybe they're trying to revive him. Who knows? Oh, hey, that's a little crazy. Maybe she thinks he's the only way they can stop Celestia. Oh god, this opens up so many doors. This is insane.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
Damn, people just don't be asking enough questions in life.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Please do, but also when is next time? It's a little scary. You're someone I don't really think I want to see very often.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
I from day one, I always said the Fatui weren't fully bad. The Fatui to me always gave me the vibe of doing the right thing by any means necessary.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
So now I gotta talk to Child.
The
Great.
remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Isn't our twin technically a descender? Oh no, we are, right? Oops. Oh yeah, the one who came before me already died. Is our twin the first descender? Or no?
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Which is also then confusing because I guess that would explain why we have the ability to just not need the elemental things at all.
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
How about I go die and find out?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
I would say so.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
Excuse me.
It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers,
Dog.
let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
She really said, I volunteer for Nouvellette to investigate my body for special properties.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Blind guesses are so much fun, Nouvellette. Please. He doesn't get it.
Case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human.
I was about to say, shoot the child like a
really
rag doll. You're next. You're next.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's
Excuse
will.
me, I'm sorry.
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
Aw. Cute.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
We did it! My thoughts? Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I see why everyone had been saying it was the best Archon quest they've seen. The stakes were raised where it wasn't world ending, because a lot of the time in series when the stakes are raised like that, like, it's too much, you know, and then all of a sudden the scale of things is just too much. This is perfect. And it just, if anything, it opened a million more doors, and while also answering then a million other questions and then making you ask a million more. Like, it's great. This is fantastic. I think it's also the kind of thing too where it's like Genshin was very clearly thought out, very well planned. Like, no detail is left, well, not no details, but for the most part, a lot of details. Like, things are very intentional. So, you know, it's now as the story progresses. I think obviously it's getting better with time, but I think the story was always just going to be this good. It's just you have to build the world first, and you have to open all these doors to then go through them and down different paths and blah 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 blah. So, you know, it's just going to keep getting better. I don't have any doubts about that in my mind. I feel like it's just going to keep getting better as, you know, more and more of these plot lines get like resolved and they're intertwining somehow. You know what I mean? Like, why in God's name would Child's master's master be connected to, you know, Klee's mom and Mona's master and the person we talk to? You know what I mean? It's just like everything's very connected. It's just a fantastic story overall, and I can't wait for it to get even better. Hey, thank you so much for watching, and thank you for sticking it out with me. 8 hours is a long time. I appreciate it. Lots more to discuss.